All right, it looks like my mic's actually turned on this time. Yeah, it was weird. Last stream that the mic was. I think when I go to post the VOD, I need to remember to clip that, but there was no audio from me for the first like 4 minutes because guess something just reset and I can't figure it out. Either something reset in Streamlabs, which has been known to happen, or it's just I bang the shit out of this microphone all the time. So maybe I unplugged it, plugged it back in. Maybe that worked. I don't. We run a tight ship. Whoa. All right, hey guys, thank you for tuning in. Quick Sauna, you are officially first, fastest on the draw. Twin Cannon Fielder Darga Thulan. What's up, Darga? You clearly were not second. Twin Cannon has twin in the name, which involves twos. The second one in. It's clearly it's an omen this Friday. It's Friday Miracle. Can you guys hear my fan when I talk? I may have to turn my fan off. Kronos, Chas Solo, Beldane, Boric, Tone Deaf, for whatever reason, remind me of Tone Loke. Sarinth, Cotswold. No fan? I hear my fan, but only when you talk. How strange. He's in the house. He's in the house. Run. Run. There's no music playing in the background. Sorry. I'm ill prepared. I looked up dude, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. It's probably not the most professional thing I can do, but you guys are all names that I recognize, so you know that we don't do that professional stuff here very often. I'll share with you. A lot of times, at some point within the hour before the stream, I don't know why, it's time for pre-stream poop. And so that happens. It happens. Today was glorious. But I was on a call with Nick. I was like, all right, I need to hop off and get ready for the stream. And it's like, I even think it was the first time I mentioned like pre-stream poop. But he's like, oh, that's too much information. And so my body's getting ready for action. Thulan, correct. Pre-stream, return the videotapes. Be right back. Gotta return some videotape. Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, boom. It was one of those ones where you're just like, wow, that was amazing. Perfect. In, out, done, satisfying. I feel like a cat afterwards. You ever watch a cat poop? After a cat poops, they like run around the house like they do the dog zoomies, but after they poop, I don't know why cats do that. I think it's because they feel lighter. They're like, ah. Anyway, so yeah, that was me, like a cat coming back because I was like, yeah, shit, man, I still got like plenty of time, 45 minutes before it's time to stream, and then that time I looked up from a conversation. I was in one conversation in Discord DMs, and it was, it's good, and I'm like, oh, and then all of a sudden Zukin's like, hey, I've actually got time if you're available now, because I thought it was gonna be like after the stream or next day or whatever, but Zukin's available, and I was like, oh shit, let me hop in, and then next thing you know, it's just like I'm looking at the time, and I'm like, oh man, I'm late for the stream. I went from being potentially early to stream today to being late, 15 minutes late. Can always have the spooky skeletons hitting the gritty like Zukin does when having the pre-stream bit. Yeah, I should probably do one of those cool pre-stream videos that people use. Hell Najar, what's going on, buddy? What's up, Hamad? Yeah, so anyways, Ham was in the last stream as well, and for whatever reason when I read his name, I thought he was somebody completely different, despite it clearly being his name. So then when we got together, and like what was that? my days are blurs. Was that yesterday morning? Today's Friday. It was Thursday. Yeah, so it was yesterday morning. He's like, "Did you not know it was me?" No. I think I was even talking about him like on the stream, and I was like, I think I was talking about you. Even hopefully, I said everything. Hopefully, I wasn't like freaking ham man. Oh, oh. I had a meeting with him. Oh, it pissed me off. You know, like I was like, I hope I didn't say any of that because it didn't happen, so I couldn't have said it. You clearly didn't piss me off. What's up, Pessimistic Squad, Dozakar, Keith, Nick, Churro Dude? Yeah. Sean is explaining to us the aspects of true game development transparency. That's true, man. Like, we're not trying to hit you with the fake, like, behind the scenes. We're giving you the real behind the scenes story here. Monsters and memories. Pre-stream poop is a thing, okay? It's a thing. Like, why can't we have that discussion in game development? If there's ever a GDC talk, then that's the dirty side of game development. Dualon, I think you just named the GDC talk. Let me write that down. The dirty side of game development. Hey, Poop Maker, what's up? It's odd you're not in every stream, but this is the stream to be in if you're going to be in a stream, my friend. Was just talking about Eminem on MMO Bomb Show. No shit, Charo, dude. MMO Bomb Show. Since I'm not really with the times. I'm clicking the link. Hold on. I'm not even watching. I'm overdoing other stuff now. I'm not watching stuff. Chat. Nice. Okay. Yeah. That is where we want to be talked about. What? I tab away for 1 minute and somebody got banned that quickly. Was it a bot or were they coming for me? Were they coming for me? Are they in the house? Bot. Okay. What's up, Be More Gaming, Kinji? If the individual I timed out from Discord earlier is in chat, just want you to calm down. Be okay with it. Come back. Just be a dude. They were asking for in-game maps. The bot. Like the non-GPS, just kind of like funky, you know, the in-game map that's not the GPS map. I think we've talked about like there's probably different options where we could do some stuff like that and have it be cool. But yeah. Sometimes things get heated if you care about something, I guess. Yeah, well, that excuse only goes so far, right? Because I would say the team's very passionate about it. And oh, I know it wasn't you, Kenji, but it's a thing. Like sometimes, like in all seriousness, I can't speak. In all seriousness, they get that like people get passionate, and people get in disagreements, and disagreements can get heated. All these things are a normal thing. But this idea that all of a sudden we lose control of our faculties, and we're like, oh well, you know, it's just and we can't. And I'm not speaking about this person specifically because I think this has come up a number of times, you know, with different people. It's oh well, you know, it's just the way I talk. Well, but not here. Or you know, I'm just that dude that says shit like that sometimes. Don't take it personally. No, but you just don't do it here. Like, you know. You don't do it here. But cool. All right. So what are we going to do? It's okay to be passionate and heated. Just be respectful and don't be a jerk. Yeah, mainly just don't be a jerk. Um, Try to be as respectful as possible. Just folks need a timeout. I think people just get used to it in a lot of environments. They get by with a lot of shit, and that's not really what we're about. We're taking like a broken windows policy. We're gonna take a broken windows policy. We're gonna go hard on even the little things. That way, the big things don't happen. Cotswold said, favorite part of this last update was Nate the intern. Super cool. You're taking in a pad as Padawan. It's super cool that he's he wants to do it. What's up, Justin Beard? A Pattis one, if you will, Dargus said. Hello, Dargus. V44N1. Would that be like Vani? Or is that, how do I pronounce your name? Hello. Kenji said, I heard Eminem has a test phase at the moment, or is that old news again? We have a test coming up. Oh, and I have so far failed to add that info to my bot. I'm not really on top of things. Do I already have one that I could just update? I'm scrolling through right now. V44N is perfect. The one is because I lost my first account. All right. What's up? How you doing, Chinny D? Hey, Pattis. Do I need to buy something, or can I just go on the website and get the client? You know how we roll, Kenji. You download, you get it installed. If you go to our Discord, Nick's got some really good instructions set up in the man, it's funny. Like as soon as I start, I'm not even gonna use that excuse. I'm not very good at remembering anything ever. If you go to the playtest, M&M playtest info, you're going to see all of the dates, all of the details, how to register, download client. You can click that you're interested, which is a cool feature. There's 479 people interested in the stress test and 533 interested in the play test. What kind of adventure are we in for today? I don't know, because I've got some actual work that I could be doing. We can also play the game some. It's really going to come down to like how available are people on the team to play with, and then like, do I do other work? I may go silent here and there because I may be tabbed over to answer a couple questions or whatever that coming up. Ishiritare, moin, wie geht's dir? We have a holiday in Germany. It's a 3-day weekend. It'll be the last bank holiday until like August or October, I think the lady said earlier today. I mean, I personally won't have the day off, but my wife will. And that'll also mean that the shops are closed. So that means tomorrow I need to do shopping for tomorrow night, Sunday, and Monday. But that's not a big deal. V44 said, Robot, thanks for the amazing streams. I can't watch them live most of the time, but I eat them up on YouTube. Hey, I appreciate you watching it on YouTube. And folks that are watching this right now on YouTube, thanks. You guys have been great about subbing. We have a pretty good sub ratio. Thanks for all the wonderful comments. The team sees them a lot of the times. I or others on the team try to respond to them. And let's see what else. Yeah, I noticed that we get about as many views on YouTube as we do in total on Twitch as well. And that adds up pretty well, so that's nice. Little humble brag. I'm doing pretty good on those fronts. So fairly certain. I don't know where I left off. Oh, I was touching things I shouldn't. That's right. That's what was going on. I was playing with stuff that I was just twiddling some knobs. I was curious about some stuff. I was looking at things with, oh, I know what I need to do. The water looks pretty, but it's not correct. It's not something has been reset. Something is not working. So let's see. I need to leave this zone. I need to stop messing with these things that I'm messing with in the zone. It's none of my business. What I need to do instead is make a... Pattis, are you here? I need to make a list for Pattis. Is what was my plan for after my pre-stream. After the PSP, I was going to come back and make a list for Pattis. That's what Nick and I discussed. I'm not actually... Oh yeah, I summoned them in real life. I get what you're saying. I see what you're saying now. I need to leave this zone, not hit save. I need to go to zone. Scene. Do I have latest? Oh man, there's even more. Let me grab that for now then. Let me minimize this. So Pattis, I was just gonna do a I was gonna do like a simple list. Control new. That was kind of a checklist for each zone. What happens if I do that? Let me close these so you guys don't get curious and read stuff. This would be appreciated. Right on. All right. Let me make sure I can't accidentally tab over to this. Cool. Impudent Whelp, thank you. Wait, I'm looking at the wrong shit. That was 2 days ago. Control Alt Complete. Thank you for the follow. I just realized I had stuff tabbed over. Impudent Whelp. That was a while back. Alright, so... Night Harbor. Freaking foreign keyboard. Ishiwatari, bist du da? Was ist los? Du hast nichts gesagt. Did you already bug out on me, Ishi? Alright, so what was all the stuff that I was thinking about beforehand? Oh man, now I'm looking at what Ollie just showed. That looks cool. Boop. What's over here? Boop. Okay, interesting. What's going on over here? Cool. All right, so we're gonna have the zones. We're gonna have general stuff. Zones. We've got what was it that I was wanting to... Let me make sure I'm not missing. Okay, cool. They're still talking about that. Let's see. So we've got Geo. Oh, I had a list started kind of in that one three-way. Let me do it. Geo exported, re-imported FBX. The facades updated. Vertex. New textures. Vertex painting. Some of this may not be the right term, so Pattis, you can feel free to correct me. Let's see what else we got. New. In general, we've got base lighting figured out. These are super technical terms. Base lighting figured out. This is how we do shit behind the scenes. Then per zone fog as needed, because there's some tweaks that we want to do to the fog. Evaluate / update. Dev jargon so immersive. Yeah, pre-stream poop. Evaluate update. Sunrise. Sunset. Boom. Look at lighting related prefabs. So torches, campfires, not files, fires, etc. Look at that. Look at NPC related shader tweaks. Cutswell said, put the thingy over there and make it cool. Sean Lord, 51724. Basically, right? Look at NPC related shader tweaks. So, and we can take a look at, right? Let's be pros about this. Folks that work in the game industry are either looking at this shit and they're being very judgmental right now, or they're looking at this shit and they're going, yeah, I feel you. That's exactly how we talk. That's exactly how we do it as well. What is your project management system like? How do you guys approach? Are we sitting here doing some, like, are we doing a pre-sprints, get together, blah, blah, blah? No, just writing some shit in a notepad and then tossing it in Slack. Do you guys use Agile? Oh, yes, we are very agile. We are very agile. That's how you, when you're dodging shit all day, it makes you very agile. Make it chunkier is absolutely my one contribution to the game. Most disputes are now settled by our new dual system by Gary. You will be timed out, Keith. Let's see, NPC related shader tweak and skelly eyes. So I'll jot a bunch of shit like this down, and then like pros, they'll look at it and then they'll actually update it with the appropriate like terminology and stuff. What else am I missing? General, we've got the base lighting, which is impacting all sorts of weird stuff. Per zone fog as needed. Just I said it there because I think there's only like one zone where we may want to do a different fog. Evaluate, update skies. Skies will be global. Sunrise, sunset will be global for this. Lighting related prefabs need to. Oh, NPC lights. Patrolman. Add lizardmen, not for this list. Per zone post-processing adjustment balance. Per zone, Pattis said per zone post-processing adjustment balancing. Pattis, are we doing I guess I could play some music in the background for you guys. It's probably boring as shit. Hold on, let me get my DJ skills going. Monkey Pit Art, thank you for the follow. Whenever I see 13 notifications in Slack, I get worried. Okay, they're all Indians. Oh, it's Ali sending one line at a time. When he does that, oh my god, some days I'm not ready for it. Because he's on his phone or something. Let me see him when he's reading. Make sure it's nothing critical. Excuse me. Okay, I can catch up on all of this stuff. Fairly certain. Okay. Okay. I feel like Joe Pesci. Okay. Oh my god, this happens every time. Ollie waited till I started streaming and he's like, let's have a very fun conversation in Slack. Oh. You know, I'm gonna be honest with you guys since we're providing all the real details of game development here. There have been days where conversations have started in Slack and they were so like, oh, I want to be a part of this conversation in real time, that I've canceled streams. I've been like, oh, sorry guys, the last minute, I've got some work stuff to do. I'm like, I'm not missing the fun. I'm not letting you guys have fun without me. Basketball, what are you doing? Stop that. Let's see. Oh, where was I? Did I miss? Nope, Pattis. Pattis said, LOL, there was one time he was doing that and Windows kept popping up on my a notification. I was blocking the button I was trying to press. I just sat there laughing. Dude, it'll happen. Usually Jasmine and I will watch something on my phone when we're eating dinner. It'll usually be like donut operator like videos of police shootings. I'll be honest with you. There you go. Now you know a little bit more about me. And it'll just be notification after notification from Slack. I'll have to just like turn off. I'll just do not disturb mode immediate. It's so specific. It's what we like to watch while we're eating. I don't know what to say. When we run out of those videos, we watch some other stuff. We were actually watching an Asmongold video tonight for dinner. Yeah, donut operator is awesome. I like the guy. Skateboarder too. It was, I'll be honest, it was one of the, I started watching those videos with Jasmine, and she's German, so she doesn't know about, like, America very much, you know, police and all that stuff. It was kind of an eye-opener for her. You and the wife watch Court Cam when you eat dinner? Love seeing idiots be idiots? Right on. Your little brother's former cop turned detective. My uncle was a cop in Florida. My grandfather was a cop, a police chief in like Pennsylvania for a bit back in the day. My dad was, he was CID for a bit in the army and then became an MP, then MPI investigator as well, like your brother. And yeah, so some cop stuff in the family. Let's see. So NPC lights, patrolment is not the right word. Patrolmans. Hey, Dark Inside, what's going on? Judge Judy is your grandma. A guy that knows me pretty well. Did I already tell you that one of my old friends used to call me Judgmental Judy? Because I'm such a judgmental person in real life. He was like, he called me Judgy Judy. Like I've been working on it, right? But in 50 years, it's not really calmed down too much, but I'm super judgmental IRL. Can be a bit of a dong at times. Let's see. NPC lights, player light sources. Okay, I think that's good. Pattis, the per zone post processing. You know what? I think that actually needs to be down here. It should just be. Does every zone need it to be looked at? I'm assuming every zone needs it to be looked at. Okay, so I'm gonna put it as part of this. We're gonna create a nice checklist for Night Harbor. Then there'll be some Night Harbor specific items that Nick just mentioned. We'll get them on here, and then what I'll do is I'll copy pasta this for the other zones. The post-processing adjustment balance, is that for the indoor-outdoor thing that we're doing, or should that be a separate call-out? The question, Pattis, was when you're saying the post-processing adjustment balancing, that's the sort of general post-processing. That's not the solution that we're putting in place for the indoor-outdoor. Right, because I know we had explored one solution. It sounds like Ali's got a new solution, and then we'll need to do that, or pick which one it's going to be and do that. And that should be a separate call out, right? The indoor outdoor shit. And what's the best way to describe it? And since you got to type, I'll wait. Let's see. While we're doing that, Dark Inside, I'm going to read your thing in a second. Each zone just needs to have similar exposure settings. But that's not all we're doing for indoor outdoor, is it? Nick had Night Harbor. Oh, wait. Let's just go green lights. WTF. Why are they? Worms Bane entrance. Worms Bane tunnel light seams. That's been a problem for a while. ST facade. Okay. But that should be handled up here. Facades updated. And each direction is everything. Night Harbor, post-process adjustment. Let's move this. Alright, so Dark Inside said my uncle and grandfather were cops back in the day, and my grandfather went to PI, but both of them quit when they went down the wrong alley in Toronto. And got the shit kicked out of them back in the day and both quit. Grandmother was getting tired of having to patch him up after almost every shift. So she told him to quit. Well, right on. Grandmother sounds like a tough woman. Pattis says, I think that's the issue, but haven't investigated it. No, we're not. No, we are doing more, but the exposure should be familiar. Okay. So, but that's part of the post-processing adjustment balance, right? So, very much, she outlived them both. My grandmother on my dad's side that way. She's still alive, and she is tough. I think I've told the story about her. Jasmine first met her, and I told the story about, like, I was telling her stories for a while about how tough Nana was. And she didn't really believe it. And so we met with Nana and spent 30, 40 minutes over at my aunt's place. Nana was there. My dad, my dad's a beast, but still he'll always be like the little kid around Nana. And everything was normal. And, oh, she's like, oh, my eyesight's no good anymore. And she's like playing up the old woman thing. And then, dude, right as we were leaving to get into the car, one of my cousins, I guess, young female cousins, because my aunt's got a number of kids, Nana was like, could you give me the blah blah blah, and she came back like all silly or whatever, and Nana looks at her and goes, not that one, dumbass. It was just like out of nowhere. It was just all of a sudden Nana was real serious. But she's like, oh, I'm Nana the whole time. And then all of a sudden, not that one, you dumbass. And Jasmine's eyes got big and she looked at me like, oh, there she is. We got in the car. I was like, see, I wasn't kidding, man. She was on her best behavior the whole time. And she was like, but that was Nana. Like, Nana, when I was growing up, you go to Nana's house on Sunday, they'd be watching NASCAR. My grandfather would make his spaghetti all day. Then we'd sit at the dinner table, and like, they were legit old school. No elbows on the dinner table. Chew with your mouth shut. And no noises. Just you eat. If you're a kid, don't talk unless you're asked a question. Don't try to be funny, because Nana would be like, she'd look over and just real no bullshit be like, do you want me to knock you out of that chair? And I was just like, what? Oh man. Oh, Nana. Old school. She took up skydiving at age 72, I think. Speaking of World War II generation, yeah. If she had known she was going to enjoy skydiving so much, she probably would have been there in Normandy. Your mother would grab a fork and slowly stab your arm with it if you have elbows on the table. Nice. That's what I like to hear. Is Nana gonna be the tavern keeper NPC? No, but there may be a battle axe named Nana in the game at some point. Evaluate lightning flash brightness. Nice. In general. Those of you that have worked in game development or other similar stuff, I mean, if this looks familiar to you, I'd be curious to hear. If you're like, why are you doing it this way? We work pretty async. We don't do a lot of big meetings and stuff, and so we'll oftentimes do what I would say you typically do in like a, sprint planning meeting or whatever. We kind of do that stuff on the fly all the time. So. What's up? How you doing, Simon? Nana does. Oh, dude. Ma Fratelli, Nana, they could be somewhat related, even though my man is Irish, but You said, "Hey, you guys," and I thought of Goonies. I thought of her, and I think that's what you're implying, and it's actually true. We watched Goonies the other month, and Jasmine was like, "I could see that." All right. So lightning. Oh, we should. But I don't know that that's more of a QA thing for like just check weather in all zones. But lightning brightness or lightning flash brightness will be impacted by these changes. If you have a Nana NPC, she can be monk class or a warrior for sure. Fighter till the end. Yeah, Ham. She's a special one. Yeah, Callum, it's just a big to-do list. All right, so fog adjustment is needed. Let me check my stuff. Back up to 17 notifications, but I do think that's all. Quick thumbs up on that. Am I being mentioned somewhere in Slack? So the conversation that you guys are having in it with like the different lighting values and stuff on the on Fallen Watch, I think, you know, that goes back to what I was saying, Harrison, if you guys are if you're in that conversation but also listening. One of the reasons why I wanted to put the checklist together really fast for this stuff is because I kind of feel like we're in that situation that we can get in sometimes where we're making adjustments to shit while we're making adjustments to other shit. And so it's like, oh, we're gonna go update all of blah blah blah. And then we do another tweak that's like a general, right, like values tweak, and then all of the stuff that we just did is no longer you know, no longer looks the way it's supposed to be. So I want to create these checklists and then get that up there. And then I want us to find the correct order of operations and run through these things in a way that makes sense. And even some of this shit, if you're looking in general or in the per zone checklist that we put together, if it's out of order, and this is something we can work with Ali on or Monty or whomever, if it's out of order, then we should put it in the right order so that we actually go through in the right like order of operations, so we don't like chase our tail or negate any of the work that's being done, if that makes sense. Because I kind of feel like that's been something that's been going on with the lighting work that we've been doing the last few months. Is we'll make a thing that's like a global thing, setting, change, and we'll like it, so we'll start to adjust values of other stuff relative to that. Then we'll find out that that's not working for some reason. So we'll change the global setting, and then those values were gone. And right, so we're doing a bunch of that shit. And over the next couple of weeks, I definitely want to just lock down like the right pieces on the checklist in the right order to knock them out and do that. And what we'll do is we can look at you know, who do we want to, or who do we need to get involved on this stuff, and then make sure that multiple chefs aren't stirring the same pot. So, Water from Dust, good to see you in here, and thank you for the follow. Friendly Liquids, thank you for the follow. You don't like redoing the same task every day, Dozakar asked? I'm not the one doing it, so but I do want the stuff to get done, right? And I feel bad when some people are you know, they're kind of in a bit of their wheels are a bit in the mud on this stuff. So let's keep going. We've got geo export, imports, the new FBX, which is a requirement for the new shaders to work, if I understand correctly. Oops. Oops. What the? Come on, buddy. Let's go back here. Let's just pretend like none of that happened. Okay. Facades updated. Oh, because I'm using the wrong fingers to do this thing again. Sometimes. I know I've been using this as my excuse for everything. But simple like shortcuts don't work when you lose your pinky. So I'm having to do all my shift key stuff with my ring finger now. And it's kind of sometimes it doesn't do the right thing. Or it doesn't go to the right place. So what was I doing? I was taking this. I was cutting it. There we go. Cool. Geo export import new shaders, textures. I'm gonna keep these separate actually. Text textures. Vertex painting. Bionic finger needs to come soon. Yeah, I haven't heard back, man. I haven't heard back. I've got the feeling that insurance isn't going to cover it. So we may have to 3D print one. Facades updated. Where did we leave off? And I'm assuming when I put in new shaders, texture place, I'm going to put in here AO, etc. Now you have a favor with the insurance company, sir. Thank you. I appreciate that. Gliding pass. And so then I would say facades we got covered, facades updated. Trade Dunes is updated with the new Freeport Geo and, or sorry, Fallen Pass. Oh yeah, but that'd be specific to Shaded Dunes. We'll come there. Pattis, do you think the big change for Fallen Pass, is that done? I haven't seen one of your streams lately. Are we ready to do the change to Shaded Dunes that shows like the change? Is that something that you think you're going to be able to get done before we switch over to this priority or prioritization or whatever, however English works? Are you going to have it done the next day or two? You mean the face, Fallen Watch, Fallen Pass, and SC? Let me whip out my so right now we've got the kind of setup here with the zone line there. And if I'm not mistaken, what's up, Dragon? If I'm not mistaken, then the new setup is going to be something along the lines of like here with the ramp, and then we've got this area, the big cutout, that was in Bill's map, and then it kind of does the everything, and then like these areas are like overlooking, etc. It's updated. Well, almost just need to update the SD terrain to new version. Okay, perfect, awesome. We'll leave this tool open. Cool. All right, so facades updated. Have you considered an awesome arm striking claw for your hand? No. But that sounds interesting. And Dragon, you're welcome for Plane of Meat. One day the Plane of Meat will be even more than it is today. I've got the feeling. Speaking of Zukin, one day, through Zukin's encouragement, we will put in our Georgia Guidestones of tutorial information. Was this everything then? Geo, shaders, vertex painting, post-process adjustment, fog adjusted as needed, interiors resolved, fog adjusted as needed, facades updated, in both directions, which will be redundant, but yeah. 10101992, thank you for the follow. Cool. All right. Now, let's take this. These are specific to Night Harbor. Let's go. Faded Dunes. Glass. Or Sungreet Strand. Oh, it's funny, like, this is so big, you guys should be able to read it pretty easily, I guess. Right? I do a lot of screen sharing with Hamad, and we're usually in here taking notes as we talk, so that's why it's so big. Guess it could be smaller. Do we still want the Dragon Head zone line, and do we want it blocked off? Currently, there is nowhere for the zone to make sense. You can get rid of it for now. That was just, I mean, honestly, that's back when I was randomly just dueling 3 years ago. We can find some way to justify it later, figure it out, but I don't think it's needed for now. So if it's cleaner to get rid of it, I'd get rid of it for now. It's also, it's pretty cool. So if it doesn't have like an actual intent now, like since we've gone back and actually designed the zones and stuff, like we don't need to force it and waste something cool for no reason. Yeah, like if anything, I mean, I would be sentimental about it. If anybody's gonna be sentimental about it, it's me, since I put it there, and I'm not sweating it. And you already got the cool reveal. Like basically, now that that's the entrance to Wormsbane, we're good. It exists in an even better version. So Sungreet Strand. Glass flats. And I guess Fallen Pass should. And you know what? Even those Veil of Zintar is very much in progress. Let's go ahead and make sure we got the settings and stuff set up so that it's not wonky. Like that one playtest when everybody went in, it had 2 skyboxes and looked badass. It looked badass, but it was clearly not correct. Fallen Pass. Veil of Zintar. Hey Sparrow, what's going on? Stuff's good. We're doing a little admin work today. And then we'll get in. We'll look at something a little more beautiful, action-packed in a minute or two. Veil of Zintar. So now dungeons. We've got Wormsbane. I don't know if all of these are going to be applicable, but we'll see. Wormsbane, Mini Crypt. I guess we can do Ancient Crypt if we like. Those are just code names. Oh, Telekir, way up on the list. Alright, so we need to make adjustments to these guys. Interiors resolved is not applicable for Wormsbane, I don't believe, but that's fine. Because it should just be dark inside. Facades. Facades updated. It got left off here. Oh, for Veil of Zintar, we can put the Citadel from Glass Flats in. Justin Beard said, okay, I'm back from Atlanta sitting on hold for an hour. I called and canceled my terrible internet here, and the call center guy was offended. Were you offensive, or was you just sad that you're leaving? All right, so Pattis, I'm gonna post this in our little group DM that we have for you to take a look at. Man, Ollie, talking about cool stuff. You told him it's not about you? I told him, sir, it's not about you. I went with another company because you're charging me 45 buckaroos for DSL internet in 2024. And that is your cheapest price. And your competitors give me 50 megabits for $10 a month. There you go. What else am I missing? Alright, so DMs. Here's the checklist from the stream. Bold this. We'll bold that. Bold this. Bold that. Give these guys this business. pulled some more stuff. Let me know if there are any adjustments and I can update this. Let me know in... Cool. All right, right on. I think we're in a good spot here. Save. Playtest. Environment. Checklist. Right on. Cool. All right. So the reason why I did that on stream, it wasn't maybe the most entertaining thing or whatever, but it was something I really wanted to get done. And like I said, when Nick and I were talking about it before the stream, I was like, oh shit, that'd be really good to get done. I want to get that done. And then I just got tied up with other stuff. And wound up not getting it done. So I didn't want to stream all night tonight and not get it done because I was having fun playing the game or whatever. Do I need a patch? Ooh, man. Justin, you just said you went to bed at like 11 a.m. a few days ago. It's pretty rough. It just hit me. I was not sleepy at all until you said that. But worst case scenario, if I start to get sleepy, I will follow. Ooh, I'll follow this other half of Red Bull. That's a nice surprise. With the Monster Energy that I have chilling in the fridge. It's Friday on a holiday weekend. Speaking of which, keep an eye out for me to update Discord with whether or not I'm streaming on Monday or pushing it to Wednesday again. Because if Jasmine's got the day off on Monday, then we may like actually do something with that time. But so I'll let you know. Oh no, Sarinth, are you associated with Spectrum? Oh no. Bring on the sass, Sparrow? I don't know. I think I've already expended all my sass. Sarinth, where's Justin Beard's $400? What's going on, man? It's in a dumpster. Oh man. Don't worry, no one knows who you are in real life. You can say whatever you want about your company in here. Last stream, you guys requested, we talked about fall damage. Fall damage is back in the game. So that was one thing we discussed last stream. And it is now back activated. We'll see how that goes. I'm so used to the whole like, I always do this number. I think between joking around as a skateboarder, being a dork in the army, and then jujitsu. The guys are always doing this, like all the years of jujitsu. Like I have a tendency to always do the like shaka, and now it's just a straight thumbs up on my left hand. Like, up. Let's go. Cliffs are scary again. Yeah, we wanted to make cliffs scary again. I even have a hat. Make cliffs scary again. You need to do the open palm one finger up sign from Big Trouble Little China. Oh yeah, that one's pretty easy now. Did you ever surf? Kiddick? No. One of my ex-wives was into surfing. But then again, I have so many ex-wives that I could say that about just about anything. One of my ex-wives was into, you name it, I'm sure one of them was into it. But yeah, I had an ex-wife that was into surfing. Despite being like a Florida kid, I mean, I don't, how many years, I was born there, how many years was I actually ever in Florida? Like 3? 4? Anyway, never had a problem getting into water, never had a problem like going into, you know, the lakes and like Florida, crocodile or alligator city, like never a problem. It wasn't until I got older where I just don't like being in big bodies of water. If I can't see what's going on, I'm not happy about it. All your exes live in Texas? Only one of my exes live in Texas. I thought for a while 2 of my exes were going to live in Texas, Sandux, but at the moment only 1, as far as I know. Do you consider yourself Florida, Alabama? Kind of Alabama, because that's where I went to high school. So I moved to Alabama when I was like 13 going on 14. Left Alabama for 3 years and 17 weeks. Well, actually longer than that. No, 3 years, 17 weeks. Left Alabama to go to basic training, airborne school, etc. And then my unit in DC. Then came back to Alabama for another 2 years and then went to San Diego to work for Sony. Well, Verint at the time. And yeah. People in Germany all think I'm from Texas. "20 years in the Navy and I don't like being in big bodies of water either." Yeah, that it just seemed, being in the Navy seems so sketchy. I was gonna say you don't have an accent at all. I've lived so many different places growing up. Like I said, born in Florida, moved to Panama, then Louisiana, then Germany, then Florida, then Germany, then Kentucky. Oh, I think I've been leaving that one off when I listed. Kentucky, then Florida, then Alabama, Washington, D.C., Alabama, San Diego, Texas, Austin, Texas, Germany, Sweden, Germany. So it's kind of hard to have an accent. Unless I'm drinking and I'm trying to be country. Then all of a sudden I have a terrible accent. The Army was really wanting me to go airborne. And was like, nope, that ain't happening when I enlisted. They really wanted 35F that are airborne qualified for some reason. What's a 35F? Too tired to care. Sorry, a 35 Foxtrot. A 3-5er Foxtrot. Intel analyst. Were they going to drop you somewhere? I'm going to drop you behind enemy lines and be like, analyze some intel. Like Highlander, where they ask where Sean is from. Lots of places. Dude, that movie's so good. Friendly Liquid said, I get that it might be too early to call, but I was wondering if Eminem would have epic weapon quests like EQ. Also, we're in Alabama. We definitely want to do epic quests of different types. Now, the resulting item may not be something that invalidates your need to get another item for that slot ever again. But we want to have quests that we want to have. That's English, right? I mean, it's not structured like English, but it's English words. We want to have interesting and epic quests. Now, maybe I'm overselling it. Maybe they won't be that epic. We'll see. Maybe I'm lying. Maybe the team will get with me after the stream and be like, no. But I'm fairly certain we want to do something along those lines. And we're in Alabama. Dothan, Alabama. The peanut capital of the world. Goblin worked on Bard's loot yesterday. Has there been any discussion of how Bard music will be represented in game? I was actually at the garden listening in. I was gardening while listening into his stream on that. And I know he went down some paths with regards to oh crap, I'm spacing on the pirate game name. But help me out. Sea of Thieves, yes. I would see that for something more of a... I could see the Sea of Thieves things as kind of like a social thing, but yeah. How is it going to be represented in game? Probably with some sparkles for Bard. Bards will be represented with sparkles. And then if we've got time and the willingness, then we maybe doing some fancy stuff. Promises were made? Ah, but promises were made by Goblin. That's what's going to get you. Goblin, I don't know if you know this about Goblin, but Goblin is a goblin. Oh! See how easy it is to find a group in our game? I'm not saying you shouldn't trust a goblin, but I'm saying that you should cautiously trust a goblin. Too easy, dead game. Too easy quality of Care Bear quality of life bullshit. Listen to you, Dargith. Young man, do you want a timeout? Got Goblin and Leprechaun confused. I almost watched Leprechaun in the Hood on Tubi. Yeah, so lighting. Part of that checklist that I just sent over, the lighting's not accurate in here, right? Cool. All right, Harrison got the checklist. Cool. The plank is too wide. Yeah, we may narrow it. Kiddick, I think that's a fair argument. Make it really sketchy for ogres. Where does that pit lead? Down. Oh wait, Nick was... I'm so bad at... I should be reading my group say in. Nick was talking to me again, and it's like my mic's in the way of my group say. Grease the plank too. Pineapple. It's only 9:30 right now, and we're already pineappling the stream. Where did you get the pineapple pizza? What? That is amazing. would be a good trick for the plank flip mechanic. Well, it would be... I think it would be... If we had another plank somewhere later on, it would be more fair. It would be fairer. Because here we teach you this is a plank. And then later it'd be like, and this is a slippery plank. It would be the... It'd be like the Miyamoto approach. We'd actually be... very intentional on that design for a change. We'd be Nintendoing. Water from Dust, did we scare you off yet? Welcome to the stream. In a corner crying. Perfect. Hey Keebs, what's up, brother? How have you been, sir? Ham, I see you, buddy. Looking forward to talking to you next week. Watching as I can, some of us have to work today. Wrong answer. How dare you have to work? Doing well as can be. Right on, Keith. There he is. I didn't see an animation when you first approached him. Speaking of, speaking of, your stint in Atlas RP is over. Consumed me for almost 2 months. You've been doing it longer than that. Was it a new server or something, Keebs? I thought you've been doing Atlas RP for like a couple of years at least. Big dummy. Speaking of music, is the music too low for you guys today? Let me turn it up some. Oh, it's because I'm in-game now. Is the in-game music too low? I don't want to turn it up in Streamlabs because I may blast your ears when we start fighting. Yeah, the servers have short lifespans because of technical issues, memory leaks, data corruption. Bad game. Oh man. Yeah, sorry. I was not paying attention. Yeah. It sucks because, well, you can see over here is all my like group say and shit like that. You know what? Maybe I need to. Maybe I should just. The M&M thing is often over this, so you know what I might need to do? Unlock. Move this here. Unlock. But group stay is usually like, you know, that's top secret information. That's just us talking. Just the dude. Olgo, what's up with your new name? I just figured I'd have this over here because I know you folks probably wanted to like watch combat spam or something. Just working, enjoying some M&M stream on the second monitor. Right on. I am enjoying the stream on a second monitor as well. Will we be able to frustrate the elementalists by spam clicking their water elemental summon for water until it's gone? Ooh, that is a fun idea. Like every time you suck a little water off of it, it loses like max hit point. Dozakar, that's fair. That's fair. I knew it when I said it. I knew it when I said it. I should have watched out. Sparrow, enjoy buying groceries. Do you just go to like the butcher? Is that the only place you have to go shopping now? Meat, dairy, eggs. Yep. You could just... got it covered. Alright, enjoy your shopping, Sparrow. Have a great weekend. Summon bread. Odie asked, hey Robot, any thoughts on EQ2 Origins? 2006 version, TLE, coming out in June? None, really. It's no offense to them. I'm not I enjoyed it when it came out, played for a while. I think I wound up playing with the same folks that I like, Sony folks that I played WoW with. It just didn't grip me quite as much, and so I'm not necessarily. I've got so little free time, to be honest with you, that even the new EQ TLP or whatever, like, not really on my mind. If I had more time to play, had to, you know, if I had more time to just play a game consistently right now, I'd probably try to get more sessions in with Robert on P99 Blue. Icon art's looking great. Yeah, it's really coming along. Be sure to swing by Goblin's stream and give him a thumbs up. Keith and Goblin have been working on UI. I think Chip's maybe been chipping in on some stuff, but I know for sure Keith and Goblin have been busting ass on UI, and it's looking great. If I have more time to play as he plays. Well, I mean, I get to play, I get to make use of stream time to do this, which is actually kind of a blessing, right? Like, you guys, I mean, you've stated that you enjoy watching the game. And so since it's probably a bit more entertaining than me poking at certain things in editor or whatever most nights, if I have the ability to hop in and have a group, then I definitely want to do it. Because folks, you know, like Nick, I think gets some value out of this stuff as we're playing because he's seeing stuff that he can tweak or testing fixes. And then I get a chance to see the game, though I'm not super focused on the game because I'm looking at another monitor because you guys are on it and you guys are awesome and we love you. Not just saying that because it's Friday and I'm all jacked up on Red Bull. We really mean it. Yeah. So, oops, there's a deacon. I guess I probably could have. I wonder how much others feel, but I prefer a stream landing on Friday than a Monday. You know what? I don't. I think the main reason why I was picking Mondays and Wednesdays originally was just because my wife gets off early on Fridays. And so then she's got like a half day, which makes it cool because then we could have like half day evening together. But so often lately she's got stuff on Friday, right? Because a lot of times on Monday night she doesn't want to go to the gun range, and she's got training for IPSC, competitive pistol shooting, and so she doesn't want to go on Mondays, so it winds up being either Wednesday or Friday anyway. So yeah, it's like might as well see. Maybe we'll wind up doing Fridays more consistently if you guys like it better. Dang, your wife is badass. She had zero experience with guns, and then she met me. And she's a oral surgeon by trade, and so she likes mechanical things and she likes precision, and so yeah, so she kind of took to it pretty well. Let's see. Dozikar said he enjoys the editor as well, for the record. Yeah, and I'll be back in the editor. She really is German. Yes. She is very German. Mechanics and precision. It's a stereotype that's true. I was just joking with somebody at a wedding last weekend about that very thing. Like, they were laughing that, or no, that was the weekend before. So I've had 2 weekends with weddings. It was the wedding before that it was like, we were joking about that. You guys are absolutely melting these mobs, or are you currently OP, or is this organic gameplay and the mobs are a bit weak? I'll have to check. I would not be shocked if we're a bit OP for them at the moment. I thought when we were in here at 5 that most of them were blue, some white. We're not overly geared at the moment. What do you think, Nick? Clay shooting super fun, especially with over under barrel shotgun. Yeah, their range not much of a, but shotgun is her favorite weapon. When we first tried it out, we got with one of the guys there, and he ran us through 2 9mm, a 357, a German like 5.56. I forget what their. It's like a. Well, I don't know if it was a G36 or what. But it wasn't an AR. But she's shot an AR as well and a shotgun, and she liked the shotgun the best. Want to go somewhere harder? Yeah, we've got 4 people, and I'm almost paying attention. Man, I heard a cast going on. Thought it was him, and I just kicked without looking. Oh well. You what? Brendan Liquid said I'm back. I had to get boiled peanuts. Why do you do this to me? Man, I am missing some boiled peanuts. Well, we almost died. Yeah, I was about to say. We're talking about how fast we were melting stuff. Friendly Liquids, were you the one that asked me where in Alabama? Are you in Alabama? You're saying boiled peanuts. Ball penis. That's how they said it in Alabama. Y'all got any of them ball penis? Where in Alabama are you? If it ever looks like we're doing too good, it's because we're professional gamers. This is true. You live in Enterprise, real close. I know we're Enterprise. So when I got out of the army, I went back to Dothan for a couple years, and we opened the first skate park in the area. And so we had a crew from Enterprise all the time. And I'm familiar with it just because my dad was stationed at Fort Rucker before he retired. That's why we were there. And so, I mean, Fort Rucker, Enterprise. Is that the one with the boll weevils? Is that Enterprise or Ozark? That's the one? Enterprise? The boll weevils. We had good control going on there for a bit, then we walked right into the respawn. Anybody need more bread? What can you provide the group? Bread. Oh, sounds like Jasmine's back. The puppy's whining. Enterprise has the Weevil statues right on. There's a cursed one at the McDonald's here. I think that's the one we actually looked at on stream. I'm fairly certain that's the one that you found, Justin Beard. The painted one? I'm fairly certain that's what we did. Justin Beer is a big big fan of McDonald's because he's got a very cool McDonald's where he lives in Freeport. Justin Beard's so into EverQuest he moved to Freeport. Where's my winder? There it is. Well, are you from Enterprise, Friendly, or did you just like happen to end up there? You're from Montgomery and moved around to save most of your life? Oh, right on. We got a robe of the deacon, clearly not for me, and a rusty longsword. Will there eventually be a sister city to Night Harbor, kind of like, you know, Freeport? There actually is. There'll be a city on the East Coast called East Tim. That mini boss was too easy. Well, it wasn't a mini boss. It was a rare, and it was easy because we're awesome. I mean, look at Zukin dance. Do you think anybody can keep up with that? Bean spill? Well, I mean, it is in the splash screens. East Tim. East? If you're watching the loading screens, you'll see it mentioned. East. Nick said, camp status is on farm. Let's move on. Actually, come back. Never mind. Okay, now we're following. Speaking of gloom, I found out I live about 45 minutes from the foggiest place in the country, depending on who you talk to. Interesting. Wow. Character is broken right now? I can reload. It may just be on my client. Ollie, you're right. You are the first. What's going on, buddy? I'm just waiting for everybody else to get here. Zukin 136 points damage. Yeah, somehow I got bone smash. LOL. Well, you are a dwarven lady. Got a bunch of random abilities in your spellbook. Interesting. Oh, hey. A somersaulted into adventure. How's the game treating us? Good so far. We're making it look too easy. Everybody thinks the game's too easy. Oh, hey. Oh, shit. Oh, gosh. Okay. That was fine. That was... We had that under control. Zukin's still dancing. Ollie said this new Twitch mobile update, not a fan. Oh, what's it doing now? Odie had a big question above and I missed it in all of the excitement. Did you just nuke a bunch of stuff? Is that what happened, Zukin? Well, let me check your damage. Oh, am I even showing other people's damage? Yeah, I am. So Odie asked, I know this is not an easy thing to answer, but are you all confident you can make a world that is as cohesively immersive, believable as EverQuest? There's something about their zone, city, god names, and the world lore that is so compelling, it results in some greater than its part. I know it can't be easy. It's not easy, but I mean, our belief, now whether or not we pull it off is going to be up to you, but our belief is that we'll make something equally as compelling. It may take a little while for all of it to come together, but we're working on it. The gentleman that was in here earlier, Hamad, we spend a lot of time going deep in the world building of the game. Oh. I wish I was high enough level to, I need my... I missed that AE ability that I had last playtest at a little bit higher level. Yeah, I mean, it's a weird one because, like, you know, I can't rightly say, like, no, game won't be compelling at all. Our lord, it'll be garbage. It's all randomly generated. It's yeah, it's a tough one to answer because I could just be like, oh, we're gonna try. Oh, excuse me. Sorry for yawning in your ear. We're gonna try. You know, we work on a lot of stuff and try to actually challenge each other a fair bit to make sure that the foundational elements of the lore and the structure that we're using make sense. And just, you know, build from an actual structure, and then hope that the details that we're layering in actually, you know, are compelling, something that you enjoy. And what I mean by that, because I don't know if it makes sense, I'm kind of paying attention to this and rambling at the same time. But it's stuff like, you know, having 3 hours discussions on just making sure that we completely align on the nomenclature and sort of progression and what do we mean by different things when we're talking about, like, gods and their homes and, you know, the planes and things like, all right, is it, you know, when I say playing and he hears playing, are we in alignment on that, right? Like, and are we doing things like, you know, because we could do the standard, each god has its own plane, or we could do something that feels, for some gods, because some gods are part of sort of a sub-pantheon or whatever, something that feels more like Mount Olympus, right? Where you've got multiple gods, and then do they have their own domain within that plane, that type of stuff. So any topic that we come up with, or any topic that we hit on, we go in pretty good detail about it, and then, you know, we log that stuff. There's a bunch of stuff I still need to get into Confluence, our internal wiki. The other folks can see it as well, but, you know, got a shitload of notes from these discussions that we're having. And Ham's he's a great guy. He's extremely structured, very, very sort of structured and systemic thinker about world building. So that's a nice treat. So, yeah. Now, how we go about revealing that lore to you guys, do expect that most of it's going to be in-game, delivered through different mechanisms, as opposed to us like putting it on a website. You know, I just don't want to be like, here, read our book. It's more, please enjoy our world. But as we show more things, like as religion comes online, you start to see more about the gods and more details are there. That'll make some more stuff obvious. As more of the game is being shown, or you're able to play it, you'll definitely pick up on what we're doing there. Ooh, cancel that gate. Let me go. Ollie said, how's the combat difficulty level, guys? Earlier, I mean, folks were saying it looked super easy. I mean, we were burning through blues pretty well, like dropping them pretty fast. But there were a couple situations where it could have gotten out of control. Friendly said, of all of the lore I've read for Eminem so far seems fantastic, and if the deep gnomes look like the concept art, that'll be my favorite race in any MMO ever. Well, I mean, we're going with the concept art, right? The deep gnomes are going to be very interesting to see in game. Nick said it's fine. My thought is they felt like they were dying kind of fast, but, you know, I think maybe my expectation for blues is different, is out of sync. What are these guys? These are they blue as well? And I mean, yeah, Nick said, I was about to say the level at the moment. We were fighting level 3 blue mobs, and we're level 5 and 6. So, and there's a whole group of them. So I agree with Nick when he says it's fine. Beldane says, once we learn more about the various gods and get to see some images associated with them and their symbols, that'll help give that feeling you did with the in-game world. Yeah, I'm really excited about that part, and I'm also excited about just the concept that you're able to align with different gods, and you know, taking the approach of like gods being something that is, your relationship with gods is malleable like other factions. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. And get you more exposure to different gods, and depending on how we set up the religion system, which we've got ideas on, I think it'll also make it feel more tangible. Whereas you picked a religion, and aside from the faction hit in EQ, it didn't feel like there was a lot going on with the gods until, of course, you're murdering them. Justin said, actually, you guys reminded me that Robot said he was listening to Amon Amarth and thought of a new god, but I don't know if he remembers what it was. Oh, no. That was when I was telling you I was listening to it. It made me think of whether or not there should be a god of mercenaries. And the god itself and its minions are actually mercenaries within the pantheon of gods. So they're mercenaries for other gods. I saw someone joking about how funny it was that you could be agnostic and you heal when you can literally see the gods. Listen. Who do you trust, me or your lying eyes? Let me scroll up. Up. Get in the corner. Here it comes. What? Taunted both mobs. Interrupted a gate. Man, feel awesome. Let's see. B-More said I saw Amon Amarth when I was a teenager. One of the best live shows I've been to. I am going to see them in a couple months here in Germany at a festival. They are headlining. I have to force myself to go to the gym this afternoon after extended absence post-injury. We'll check them out because I need something. Dude, they are great workout music. They are wonderful workout music. Oh, let's see. Agnostic means they're not aligned. No. Right, yeah. Not atheist, as Unchained said. Taunt feeling better than provoke? It does feel a lot better than provoke. Do we want it to fail based on skill? I mean, that'll wind up... This new, this particle is interesting. I don't think I've ever seen it. Okay, Justin Beard. Have a great weekend, buddy. No, my aura is not active because I'm not playing correctly. Thank you, Chip. Saw them back with Children of Bottom, back when Alexi Lihio was so. I've had friends that were really into them. Actually, I think Robert's. So Robert, who does our music, I think he's actually friends with Children of Bottom. Like, I think he knows those guys. Bottom. Because he told me that their name was actually, it's based off of a lake near where they lived. Where I think like some kids were killed or some kids drowned or something. Yeah, like when he told me that, I was like, oh wow, that's wild that you actually know them. I'm fairly certain that's a true story that he knows them. Question regarding leveling speed. I understand nothing's finalized. If you look at P99, would you like leveling speed and Eminem to be faster, about staying slower? Ollie says maybe slightly slower but with more game available earlier. I'd be curious too with once like we're at the full 1.0 scale of the game, if slower would not wind up being more interesting as well, right? Because once we get to the point where the full amount of content is in from 1 to 60 that we want to get in, there's going to be an awful lot of game to play. Like, I mean, even just the proof of concept areas that we're doing, it's a small taste, and it's still a fairly okay amount of content. Beldane said, I got to talk to Alexi a bit years ago outside of Excel Energy Center before a show. He was a very cool guy. Yeah, it's always shocking like how nice some of those folks are. Unchained, yeah, unless something changed. So this bard effect is pretty cool, but I think it could be toned down a little bit. Eltarian says, I'm not a big alt player, so slower leveling the P99 sounds awesome. Yeah, I think one of the problems that games have run into when they feel like just too grindy with the slower progression is because the moment-to-moment combat maybe is not feeling where people would want or prefer it for... Oops. Is this not two-hand? It's not. Okay. Like the moment-to-moment may not be there for some people, and then the just interesting beats along the way may not be there, and having interesting content at the lower levels may not be there. So I think if we can provide, like, this is low-level content, right? This is newbie dungeon. We're level 5 and 6 right now. I think by providing like really good content and interesting class depth, even at this level, if things are a bit slower, it may be fine because we're having fun. There's gear to chase. There's progression. I mean, we've played a number of 3-hour sessions now, right? Because I usually stream for 3 to 4 hours. Like on nights where we've been playing and having fun, I'll stream for like 4 hours on accident. And even just sitting in like the spider thing the other night, mini crit, Like we were in one spot for 3 hours, and it blew by, right? So doesn't feel too grindy. Oh shit. Pop. Oops. Damn. Okay, cool. What? There's another one. One of the best parts about the lower level leveling is that you're constantly getting gear upgrades, and even just getting something with +1 stat is also exciting. Yeah, for sure. There's also needs to be things to do. If all you can do is kill one orc in the corner of the gold, there's enough to keep busy. It's not bad. Yeah, and that's what I mean by I think. Well, I guess we'll see. I think that once we're to the point where we're like 1.0 is ready, there should honestly just be a shit ton of things to do. Like I was saying, like the zones are already, just these zones are already dense, and if you've seen it, well, you haven't. If you could see our world map, you know, it's ambitious. That's why we need the time while in EA. Beer to chase. Or did you mishear? Did I say beer? I don't think I said beer. But it is Friday, so you probably heard beer. What's the perspective on loot? Will there be high value items in lower level areas? What do you mean? I mean, areas will have a mix of NPC difficulties, so in theory, naturally, there will be high value items in low level areas, because low level areas will have random targets of different levels. In terms of like gear deprecation and finding interesting items that you can actually maintain for or carry on for quite a while, use for quite a while, without just immediately replacing them. Fairly certain that we're all on board for that. Like FPSS was dropped in lower go. Yeah. So I'm fairly certain we're all big fans of that. I think the journal is going to become more and more important as time goes on. It's already super useful when exploring the world. I think that's a fair point. Epics, yeah, likely. I mean, just the idea of doing elaborate, interesting quests that require you to get help from your friends. I mean, why wouldn't we want to do that? Nick and Ali Thulon ask, percentage items that scale with your character. So I don't answer this wrong. We've talked about this in the past, and it's like there's interesting value in some items that are percentage based, like you're saying the FPSS, that maintain that value longer. But then there's also the rating approach, which is also nice because then we don't make it so that we create stuff that is just kind of best of its sort for kind of ever, and then we have problems with scaling as your other power level scales. Probably explaining it shittily, but could have sworn that was the discussion that's come up in different areas. Like it's kind of like haste rating versus haste percentage if you're looking at WoW or EQ. Hey babe. Jasmine's home. Have you considered specific slots for items like that? I think if we ever do additional weirdo slots, then that might be a good point. Odie says it was smart to go with this graphic style because your brain fills in any gaps in fidelity. When you look at the games to try to go for more realistic aesthetic, like AOC, there's a single aspect out of line, like the Anim that doesn't look as realistic, or textures, or lack of foliage or shadows destroys the whole facade. Yeah, I mean that's something we were talking about all the way back when we were playing, you know, like on Air Dune together and then P99 together. It's just always been a big fan of the lower fidelity and how much that triggers the imagination. Excuse me. Jasmine is a good Mystic class name. Jasmine's more of a DPS person. Any info anywhere on what exactly Expedition Islands are? Are they like raid instances? They are environments, because they may not all be islands. Expedition's just kind of a nice... Hey, what's up? You just came back from shooting, so that's why I said you're probably more a DPS person, Jasmine. So, expeditions are essentially an opportunity for typically groups of players, right? Because of the investment involved and difficulty when you get there, groups of players to work together, so it works well with guilds or maybe alliances of smaller mom and pop guilds or whatever, to invest in the needs or the requirements to go to specific content, right? So an easy example of this is if you need a ship to get to an island, then the investment in getting either access to the ship or purchasing and maintaining a ship, getting it loaded up with everything that you need, and I just saw all these messages distract me. And you know, it's essentially, I think honestly, if you look at something like the Blue Diamond that was required for like Plane of Hate, that was in theory supposed to be a bit of investment, right? But if you were to really make that investment process a lot more elaborate, and something that requires maintenance and a bit more expensive, so imagine the investment of like having to purchase things, rent the services of, etc., in order to get to the point where you can do like a Plane of Fear break with your groups in order to make your way to a dungeon, which is then you know, a more difficult multi-group raid style like experience where it's not just 4 of you breaking and then being able to maintain camps in this area, with, you know, bosses and mini bosses and stuff in it. So it's kind of like once people got comfortable with hate and fear, maybe in reverse order, fear and hate, an experience kind of like that, or Might be a semi not great analogy, but they'll make sense when you see them. In some cases, expeditions may require you to get access to them, yeah. So there may be some getting keyed element to it. Because in the past, when we've been like, hey, we don't, you know, we don't want to do like a raiding game. What's mostly been meant by that, at least from my end, was do not want to create a situation in which there's such a focus on raid tier content and raiding content that it's done sort of to the, not exclusivity, it's done in a way where all of a sudden more and more of the rest of the game just doesn't matter. But if you look at like if you look in Classic when you're doing Nagi and Vox and stuff like that, the rest of the game still mattered, right? I think even through Kunark probably that was the case. And then more and more with Velius and then beyond, it started to become a more just kind of like raid focused game. Because that's where you're going to see the coolest stuff, and that's where you're going to get the best gear. Mom and pop guilds, that's great. That's not what you call them? I was in one before I got in a raiding guild. I was in a mom and pop guild. We are a roleplay guild. Ali said, my daughter was bored today and decided to make brownies. She topped them with tons of Nutella and M&Ms. She's 4. Dude, she knows what she's doing, though. That sounds delicious right now. I could eat a few of those with a big glass of milk. Dosman said, no, that makes sense. I like it. Great. I never know if what I'm saying makes sense in the slightest. Because I'm not really a multitasker. And this is inherently multitasking. That was the term for smaller guilds in the past. Not sure it's used much anymore. Well, we are old school. Oh wait, I should target something and hit all of it. Main Stark says, most of my UQ time was spent leveling, selling my gear and shrinking and all. So I had a blast. I think you're gonna love us. You even had to do the faction grind to skip most of your shaman's epic raiding content. I love players like that. I mean, some of my happiest memories were just like long ass, air quotes, boring camp. There's that weird feeling, especially when a camp's like especially long, and like especially long, and it's just like, does this thing even exist? Is the game broken? I think that is this game broken? Camps are the best, because then when the dude actually spawns, it's like hands are shaking, sweating. You're looking around to like make sure no one swoops in. Like, oh my god, it's really him. Oh my god, please have this. Please have the item. Please have the item. Just the dopamine hit. Are you gonna do any mini games like gyms? Eventually, we would love to. who knows? There's so many people that offer to help or whatever. At some point, maybe we even just get a mini game person. Hey Chango, what's going on? Oh, that's the whole other thing, right? Main Stark was like, I camped the FPSS from like 40 to 52 on a rogue and never won the roll. Yeah, then there's the whole other thing of the roll. If you're with a group. Callum said, did those same camps in Final Fantasy 11, trying to get items for level 30 to 40 that would last you max, because you buy the item on the auction house, so it would cost $1 million. John said, my vote is to put Talet's Eminem Mud in as a mini game. Chip said that'd be awesome. Like, you just play our mud version of our game as a mini game within the game. It's very interesting Inception type setup. So, how do you guys feel like? How do you feel about ridiculously long camp? Excuse me. If you can get the same item a different way. Sorry, I didn't finish the statement. So, what if you could get the item in a couple different ways? And one of the ways, though, is just like a ridiculous camp. How ridiculous are we talking? I don't know. Let's talk ridiculous. Your wife won't let you sit in an 8-hour camp anymore? Well, you never know. You could just walk by there one day and get it without the wait. This question sounds ridiculously pay to win. What does that even mean, Thurlon? You think we're going to bait and switch? We're going to be like, hey guys, we put in really long camps. And oh, by the way, after 4 years of telling you that there's no microtransactions, here's a camp potion. What do you mean? What are you talking about? The only thing you're paying with is your life. And $15 a month. Keith, don't spill the beans. Update, introducing microtransactions. Dude, people's brains would melt. That would be horrible. Macro transactions. Oh, sorry. Yeah, your life. Oh. Old Yeller. Will I survive? I guess I will not survive. Hildebrand, thank you for the follow. Night Whisperer, thank you for the follow. Did Dulon ever answer? Oh shit. Just saw Nick go down as well. Are we wiping? Server will be coming down in 30 seconds as well. Night Whisper said, one monitor on P99 and Miss Moore. One monitor watching this. Cheers. Hey, thank you. They're nerfing that mob? No, we're not. Why do you respawn back inside a dungeon? Because I'm bound here just from testing before. We'll be playing more realistically in future playtests. This guy just happened to be spawned here because we were testing something or whatever. Or bound here. What did I say? Spawn. Tried to camp Stormfeather way back when, was a pain. Eventually got him on P99 20 years later. On TLP. There we go. There we go. I've been made official. I am now bound. No, am I bound at the bank? Someone bind me. I guess I can bind myself. Weird. Hey Shaka, what's going on, buddy? Oh, the server's coming down, that's right. I was like... the dust blowing everywhere looked great, didn't it? I forget. I think it was on Aerodune. Let me look up what is the respawn time. I remember I just happened to like run into Haddon on I think it was Aerodune. I don't think it was P99. I'm fairly certain it was Aerodune because I was on my cleric. What is his respawn time? 5 or 6 hours. Yeah, so I just happened to roll up on Haddon and parked in front of him, and a necromancer appeared a little bit afterwards and was like, oh, I thought I had this timed. I was like, well, it's my kill, right? And the earring did drop. Yep. But the Gynox camp for the Paw of Apollo was one where I think I was streaming back then, like a ton, like 8 hours a day, because it was during COVID. And I sat in there for like 5 days straight, but it was a lot of fun. And Jasmine was not familiar with EverQuest at the time, so she's like, "You really just sitting in the same spot?" She'd leave and go do stuff, come back. She's like, "You're still playing that game?" I'm like, "Yeah, that's how it works." I remember camping Pigeon and reading about all the theories to get her to spawn when GB. Was it Glowing Blackstone? Was worth 10K. Was it? Was it GBS? Shaka asked, "What is Plain of Meat? Did you not go there?" Um, Shaka, it's just a place you can hang out when you can't get into game. Will there be epic quests eventually? Chango asked. I think, and I'm not picking on you when I say this. I'm just stating the fact. I think you're the third or fourth person this stream to ask that question, which indicates to me that you guys want there to be epic quests. So. I have nothing in the bank. I am poor. Nick said, "Miming my spells, then putting my backup book back in the bank. Imagine that." Yeah, but you're a professional gamer. I wish I could do a Scottish accent so I could talk about my dwarven ass. That would be... Oh wait, there's backup books? It's just an item, dude. That's why it's on your corpse. You can buy as many books as you want to buy books. And then as many copies of spells as you want copies of spells. Man, it's feeling deserty out here right now. Listen. D loves pudding. That's why I get paid the big buck for observations of that sort. Nick said it's good to get a CR book with Invis, IVU, style, etc. Don't need the whole thing. Yeah. Oh, jeez. Disease snake still in the tunnel. Whoever trained it. Fortunately, he missed me both times. When you run through the desert, you should randomly get a pile of sand deposited in your inventory. And by inventory, do you mean butt crack? Do you mean you guys wanted an extra slot? You guys were all upset because we took a slot away from you. New slot. Prism wallet. Yes, Jasmine. I feel like I have taught you well. Pocket sand. The deserts are well lit. It's just me. There's a lot of sand in the desert. We're giving you your money's worth. Ollie said my slot does not appreciate that joke. Well, I mean, what you put in there is your business, Ollie, sir. Do you think clickies like Levitation Cloak or J-Boots are good for the game? They are fun, so I think they're good for the game. How they're balanced against other abilities and items? Something to be discussed, but... Interesting clickies are interesting. Is Nick... It's funny, like... I don't see Nick spamming anything, so I assume... Oh, he's still inviting. Oh, consent Nick, he's gonna drag. Stay, turn on. How would those work as extra slots? Pockets are barely big enough to put a cell phone in. Did someone say that we need pocket slots, or are you still talking about prison wallet? Because apparently people can sneak guns in the prison wallet. The whole thing we found out about recently. Oh, Ollie was talking about Lululemon pants. What a Lululemon pants. Lululemon pants. Okay. Did I get overridden or something? D, I can believe that. What I think is what is good is the balance between having these items versus not having them remove privilege of a class. For instance, J-Boots were great, but not as fast as actual style from a druid or shaman. Yeah, and that's what I meant by just making sure that they're balanced correctly. Relative to both other items and people's abilities. Oh, there's a party, and I'm not even participating. Okay, this is doing something different than I thought it was doing. It just makes me immune to stuns for 15 seconds. Not horrible, but what was the ability? Nick, what level was the ability that I had? Or was it a trait? In a previous session where we were playing a bit higher level, I had a nice AoE taunt, and then I had what I thought was a damage mitigation ability that was on a long cooldown as well, but was that an ability or was that a trait I had picked on the other character? Fortitude is a trait. Okay, that's a dope trait then. I gotta re-roll. Stony is not as cool as gravel apparently. But the AoE taunt was an ability. Ah, fair. You could abuse your GM powers and add the trait now? Oh, if only I knew how to do that. And then switch traits when Dev becomes PvP. A friend of mine mentioned something about EQ3 possibly in works. Does Daybreaker SOE have the talent to pull off such a game anymore? Has anyone... Hasn't... Odie, how am I supposed to... How are we supposed to approach that question? I like the folks there. Are you only playing fighters now for reasons? I was keeping it consistent just because there had been some changes and it seemed like it would be fun to see how the changes feel as they go. But to your point, Odie, I think they've clearly got some experienced and talented people, right? They've got some people that have been working on the EQ franchise for a ton of time. I don't know how many people they have there. It seems like they've got some hiring that they're doing, and I would have to imagine that they would probably need to continue to hire if they're making an MMO. But I honestly, I don't know what their situation is there. I watched the panel that had Jen, Adam, and Lucy. But I don't know how big their team is at the moment. It sounds like Kyle is still there. I'd say it's not the people specifically, it's the same desire to make something great, and given how dumbed down EQ seems these days, is their EQ3 desire likely to match power? I mean, it's going to be an interesting needle to thread, right? Because they've got to make something that's, I would assume, the new EQ3 team will not be Daybreak team running existing EQ games. I didn't notice that part previously. And the EG7 call. Did I just skim the call and not watch the whole thing? Let me reopen that if it's the same one as before. Okay. I'll have to rewatch that. Interesting. Maybe I just skimmed it. So yeah, that'll be it'll be interesting to see what UG7 does then. Because I do think whoever works on EQ3 needs to be an interesting combo of very competent MMO developer, along with very passionate about EverQuest. Did I take the wrong turn? Um. Hold on. I'm not ignoring chat. I swear I haven't been ignoring you guys. Just when playtesting, there are moments like this where when I'm not streaming, I'm not necessarily the most on-point player at times. So I want to make sure that when we're getting back down to the camp, I'm paying attention. Oh, right is my Invis Undead popped. Okay. Stopping at Nick after the fact. Odie at 6. So let me scroll back up. So Main Stark said he mentioned live service may not be the team to make something completely new. Yeah, that's going to be very interesting then. Because if they're not leveraging their EQ experience on the next EQ, I'm not quite. I'd be very curious. But who knows? Maybe they found they've got a whole bunch of really awesome, experienced MMO developers that are passionate about EQ. But the thing that I was saying before is the threading the needle part of it is, you know, the expectation. I mean, I think they could make a non-old school style EQ with the IP that's a good game that people enjoy. I think that's feasible. I'm just curious how many people that would be interested in that game are more expecting something more old school. Yeah, it's just like you're saying, Dulon. I think anytime we're considering something that's got like a AAA budget, it's just the amount of risk you're incurring with that and the degree to which you've got to be mainstream is pretty sketchy. Yeah, D-Love's winning. I'll be curious to see what they say in the next call. See if there's any difference. Any change of plan. Because it looks like they moved Planetside over to Toadman. They just had to call 3 days ago. Oh, so it's posted? Okay. They should just move Toadman over to NWC, plant side. Hey guys, if you get enough of your friends to play our game long enough, then maybe we can see if anybody wants to sell some of these old IPs. Thorfinn says, Robot, hello, Joppa from Pantheon said you had given him a lot of great advice and they taught you guys what to avoid through mistakes with Pantheon. Curious what your biggest takeaways learning from Pantheon's mistake. Did he really say that, or are you just trying to get me to talk about Pantheon? I know you're ruse. No, like Joppa and I think, I'm trying to remember if we started talking before Eminem even started or around the same time, but I got introduced to him and we wound up, you know, chatting pretty regularly, you know, every couple months or whatever. I don't remember the rate, but it was kind of interesting to see what he was dealing with and learn about their history a little bit more, because I'd only had an outside perspective, and then I just shared a lot of my opinions on approach, which is, you know, there's a number of things that I can say, I think, that I shared that were kind of what you see reflected in some of the stuff that we do here, but he's in a different situation, right? Like, he works for a different company, you know, they've got a CEO, they've got people in charge of stuff like marketing and community, and well, I think marketing, community at least, and stuff, right? So they just have a different structure. Oh my god, what's going? Let me reload really quick. I feel like something's broken. I couldn't see through the effects. More dots. More dots. I think something just got broken. So anyway, the thing that I had mentioned was just, you know, one of the things that we're wanting to do with this project is just be very, very open about as much as possible, because often trying to control the narrative, it's such a tricky business. The narrative is often the narrative. Like, you know, as we get closer to our critical date, you'll see this in action if something's fucked up, or if something's like, as we're moving towards a milestone, if it's not working, I mean, we're going to be on streams and stuff talking about it. It's like, hey, I know we said this date. Like, for example, we've got a playtest coming up. If something were to happen and the playtest isn't going to be available on the 28th, or if we or if we're wanting to do the stress test and something blows up, or we do the stress test and something blows up and we need to push the date, like, we're just in real time. As soon as we have the information, we're going to give you the information, right? There's no strategery, in the words of the, you know, illustrious W. There's no like messaging kung fu that we're going to do. We're just going to not bullshit you guys. I think challenges that they ran into, and I don't think I'm speaking out of turn if I say this, is, you know, that project has a history, and I don't know the details of the history. I don't know the behind the scenes of the details of the history, and what decisions were made when to do what and why, and what really happened on blah blah blah. But we're able to go into this development process with a pretty clean slate. And so that's why we've been more willing to, like, you know, take the approach of, I mean, we basically did like a cost risk analysis in a very informal way, or cost benefit analysis in a very informal way of like, all right, should we take money? Like, we've had discussions early on in the project of like, oh, how are we gonna like make this thing happen? How are we gonna fund it? Do we take cash? And part of it's just simple math of like, if we're to accept money from you guys today, are there enough of you that would even be willing to give us money to make it worth accepting it, for the impact that it would have on people's like all of a sudden sense of entitlement, perception of the project, especially since we've been saying we're not going to die. We're not going to die. I just read Zukin said I died a heroic death saving the group. I'm like, we're not going to die. Yeah, so not taking cash, just go ahead, like, because essentially we're in a better situation not taking cash and getting to a point where we're like, hey, all of our savings are gone, and it's no longer viable for us to donate our time to the project or whatever. We're better off just being straight with the community and going, hey, all right, shit didn't work. Don't know what to say. Shit didn't work, right? And then we could talk about options there if everybody's like, oh, I got a rich uncle and here's a bag of money or whatever. Like, okay, but up until then, we just be honest and go, this is our situation. So I think, and this isn't to say that they or any other team's not being honest or whatever. It's more like our approach from the start was, how do we be as open as possible? That way we can be honest. That way we can put stuff out there. And even if you're like, we think that's a bullshit decision, okay, but that's the decision, right? And if everybody's like, we think that's a bullshit decision, then we could maybe look at that and go, you know what? We felt pretty strongly about this, but like literally everybody just said we're dumbasses. Then we would use that as a data point. It seems like a data point, right? So be open. Don't take other people's cash. That way we don't have to hear other people's opinions in a way that is like, oh, but I give you cash. I mean, we've talked to a few people in the past, bigger companies. In one case, very, very hugest. But it just didn't make sense, right? Because it was one of those things of like, hey, we can give you some cash and we can get 1 billion eyeballs on you. And it's like, yeah, we want to make a niche game that like 99% of those billion eyeballs are going to be like, what the fuck is this? Why did you make this game this way? Right? Because it's going to be 1 billion people that aren't looking for this, right? Yeah, Asmongold, what is this dog shit, right? And so, and 1% of 1 billion is a lot. Yeah, a lot of people like, you know what? If we can, everybody uses toothpaste. All we've got to get is 1% of the toothpaste market, and we'll make tons, right? Like, now I think what would wind up happening is, the people that gave us the opportunity would look at us and go, hey, 99% of the our audience thinks this is dog shit, so you guys need to fix it. And by fix it, it means make a very different game. And then we're stuck in the situation that I feel a lot of developers get themselves into, where it's like, right now you're starting to guess at what people want instead of like making what you want. This is more the Rick Rubin approach, right? This is the Rick Rubin approach where it's, do we like the game we're making? Are we amped on the game we're making? Right? Because then we're not trying to guess what's in other people's brains. Like, oh, do you guys like it? We can't guess what's in your brain. We can only work on the shit that we're into. And then what winds up happening, in my experience at least, is when I've been on a team where I'm not the target audience and I'm not making a game for me, and people within the company start reminding you of that. Well, you're not the target audience, Sean, right? Like, you're not making a game for you. You need to get into these other people's heads. And how do you get into other people's heads? Well, there are professionals out there that they're the translators, right? They're the prophets. They're the ones that speak to God for you. So they're the ones that are going to get into the people's heads, right? So you wind up with these people that are like, well, we can't really get into their heads, so let's start doing a bunch of A/B testing, right? Let's start looking at market data and a bunch of other voodoo that honestly, yes, it's got its place. Yes, there is value, but all right. So then we're designing this product that we're not necessarily passionate about. It's not for us. We're designing it for this other group of people who we don't even know, right? Like, I loved the last company I was at. It was a great company. They're really cool people. But, you know, the number of times that I got reminded that I was not a, 12-year-old girl, I was like, yeah, no shit. But you hired me for a reason. And so, right, like it gets into a weird spot. So anyway, make a game for us. If we find out that we're the only 10, well, at this point, 25 nerds that like this game, all right. If we find that once you guys get in, for whatever reason, we churn 99% of you, then, well, it's a learning opportunity. And honestly, because we don't have, at the moment, our runway is the team's attention span and the team's passion and your attention span, which can be fleeting, and maybe it could come back later, right? We have people that pop in every 6 months, every year, and like, oh shit, game looks better, right? So it's the team's attention span and passion, and and even within that, it's not odd for people on a team to get burned out and leave the team, or leave the team and come back after a while or whatever. We've been fortunate that we had very little turnover on the team. A little bit of turnover we've had where early on where people are like, oh, I was just kind of curious, and maybe game development's not for me, or this isn't, the right state of the project for me because it's a little too loosey-goosey and they're more structured. We've had a couple people who are like, hey, we don't think you're a right fit for the team. But we've had very low turnover. Then basically it's people working when they're not dealing with kids, not dealing with family, not dealing with their other jobs, and they're still putting in like awesome effort, right? So at the end of the day, as long as we've got people that are willing to work on it, and you guys, I love you guys. And if I didn't say it, Night Whisper, thank you for the follow 37 minutes ago. 37 is my lucky number. But like, we love you guys. But if all of you were to leave, like you don't show up for streams, everybody leaves Discord, it would suck. It'd be a bummer. We'd wonder what we did wrong. But we'd keep building the game, and then maybe people come back. When we go into early access, it's very possible that we have a pretty high churn rate early on because we know it's not the full game. And so it's feasible that we have this high churn rate. You know what? We're going to show you those numbers. We're not going to bullshit you. We told you we're going to show you what our subs are looking like, what our revenue is looking like, what our operating expenses are looking like, etc. Right? And if what you're seeing is we go live and it's like the usual long tail, like, oh, we have everybody from Discord, and the mailing list shows up for the first month. So that would be probably about 9,000 thought, right? Or hey, our peak is actually only 10% of the people that have shown interest actually subbed the first month. All right, so let's say we have 900 subs, and then it drops off after the first month to 50 subs. We're going to show you that. We're going to figure out why it's that way. We're going to talk amongst ourselves and be like, it's worthwhile, right? Do we believe in it? Do we want to keep pushing? And then we're going to keep grinding. And we'll grind until we get the game to where we think it needs to be. And if it's fucked up when it comes out, we'll figure out why it's fucked up, and then we'll work to fix it. Right? Because it's not like we have a runway where we're like, oh shit, we're out of cash, we can't fix the game now. Or we don't have a publisher going, why is the game not, why is this going on? We need you to react and we need your banner. There's no one to force our hand. We just keep grinding the same way we've been grinding for fucking, 3-4 years, right? Like, how is that different? We'll have more data because we'll be like, oh shit, everybody churns because maybe we do need a tutorial, right? Like, and then we'll put the word out, and you guys will see that we're still busting our ass, and then we'll go from there, right? So that's the approach, and I think that's how we're different from other companies, and we have built a situation in which we can take that approach. We stream. we say the F word on streams. I don't know if that's a good idea. I think I was talking to Jasmine about this. I was talking to my wife about this. It may have even been today earlier. And I don't know, man. Like there are people that watch this stream. It was today. There are people that watch this stream that work in the games industry. I've heard from them off and on, like through LinkedIn or whatever. I know at least one person that's not on a team that's in the games industry was in chat earlier, right? And the thing I was talking to Jasmine about is like I could be wrong, but if I wasn't on this team right now and I saw this team like streaming and talking about game development and things like that, and if I was watching this team while working on another team, I personally, and maybe it's just, of course, because that's how the team's working, that's why the team kind of works the way it is now. Like I personally be like, fuck, I would really love to be in that situation on that team. Like, you know, I'd like to be in a situation where we're pretty transparent, like, because there have been times when I've been on teams where I was like, man, I wish we could just show them the numbers, or man, I wish we could just be honest with the community about what's going on, right? And I had management and marketing and all these PR people, all these people that would not allow me as the actual person working on the game to communicate this stuff to the community, be like, hey guys, like, we fucked up, right? In those words, like I can imagine saying I couldn't say the fuck word, like representing a team somewhere else. And I'm not, you know, not trying to be cool guy or whatever, but that's the way we talk. I mean, this is the way we talk behind the scenes, right? Like, so I don't know, you know, and if you're a game developer and you're like, listen, what you're doing is not the right way of doing it or whatever, like shoot me a DM. I'd love to talk to you. You know, because I'm not saying that we're doing everything right, and I'm not saying that I'm clearly not the fucking smartest or most articulate person, right? Like there are plenty of rooms I can be in with and not feel like I'm the smartest person in the room. But I also don't think like making products it's not cold fusion, right? Like it's not alchemy or some shit. You know, you make the product. It's the hardest part is, you know, keeping people aligned and keeping people having a common you know, vision. So, and the reason why you want that is so that we're kind of working and not wasting time and going off in wrong directions and stuff, and you dealing with interpersonal conflict even when people like each other. It's a lot of communication, it's a lot of real-time adjustment. It's basically what I learned in the army, right? Shoot, move, communicate. And you know, and so it's like the approach is just, I mean, this doesn't feel like it's this wholly unique, wholly different thing that we're doing, right? Like I think I was telling Jasmine, I think, you know, the first few years, if somebody saw my LinkedIn, because I'm not like one of these GDC talk book writing dudes in the industry, but I've got a decent number of connections on LinkedIn. I'm not an invisible person by any means. Oh shit, there's Timon. I think the first year or two, people are probably looking at my LinkedIn and going like, oh, Sean's having a midlife crisis, right? Like, what is this shit? And then, you know, because we're sitting here, I'm in Blender, like, putting together environments, and we got little capsules running around and shit, right? Like, I think, you know, by year 2, you start to see us staff up, you start to see the game come together more and more and more. And I think people will realize, oh, wow, all right, they're making a game. And essentially what we're doing is, we're sitting in a global garage, right? Like we've got people in like 8-10 different time zones or something. We're sitting in our garage. I'm gonna die. That was my fault. Yeah, sorry. I would have let the pet tank if I was paying attention fully to what was going on. But it's good for us to die. It shows that happens in our game. But anyway, the what was I saying? Oh yeah, we're essentially we're doing what companies I think used to do before the expectation was that the risk I'm taking is taking somebody else's money and then trying to make a product, right? Like it's we're doing the startup thing uh, without the like somebody coming and giving us the cash up front. And we're just building a business the old-fashioned way, right? Like it's and I'm hoping that makes it a little bit more sustainable for us, right? Because we're not taking someone else's cash. Anyways, let me scroll up. You guys said some stuff, and I was just fucking ranting. Dargit says, I don't know. I'm working in AAA gaming now in a situation it's almost exactly what Sean's describing. Not the target market for our game, but I'm really enjoying it. At least relative to my last job, there are worse things than this. 100%. Oh, for sure. I don't get me wrong. I'm not saying you can't. Oh, that was in response to somebody else. I'm not saying you can't enjoy working on a product you're not the target audience for. I really enjoyed working on Star Stable, and I am not a tween girl. The parts that I didn't like about working on Star Stable was being reminded that I wasn't the target audience repeatedly, which was kind of disregarding, a bit of the value of what, even though you're not the target audience. It's like, I don't know, I'm not the target audience, but I also don't know that there are a lot of like 13-year-old girls that are super experienced at MMO product development. So it's, and I also think that sometimes you could look at it and go, all right, but what's compelling, period, right? Because I also think that sometimes people, when you're dealing with the various profits and in between folks, the people that are translating the needs of the target audience for you, a lot of times their biases and their suppositions are inserted as well, and they're not the target audience either. But yeah, so don't get me wrong. It's not that you can't have a great time working in some of these other environments I described. For me, it's not the most fun. Hopefully that was clear. I think dev streaming is more personal, but it's definitely safer not to swear as a public front. Yeah, I think it's, at the end of the day, it's probably up to what your company's into, right? Like, because if I drop an F-bomb and all of you leave the stream, then that could be indicative of the fact that it's not a good thing. And I used to swear a lot less. But again, that's a feel thing. Pattis said, I mean, that was literally my reaction almost 3 years ago, and here I am. What was that in reference to, Pattis? Don't know. I mean, I don't know much about the financial side of MMOs, but if P99 and Quam are even all the money Pantheon got are indicative of anything, it's that the demand for something like this absolutely does exist. Yeah, I mean, we did go into this with making some assumptions about our total addressable market. What we didn't factor in that's interesting is I don't feel like we adequately factored in the interest in EQOA, Final Fantasy XI. We've had more Asheron's Call people recently start talking in our community and talking about stuff. So I do think we're starting to tap into like what we were looking for, which is a bit broader old school community. So that'd be interesting. Had said you were saying how saying if you saw how we are developing the game, you think it would pique your interest. Oh yeah. I mean, but again, that's such a personal thing. I know there's plenty of other people out there that are working on games that it just would not be for them. I forget. Oh god, I went the wrong way. And I'll be honest, like on the swearing topic, if you go back and watch the old VODs, I did not swear very much at all for years, but I felt like there are times where I would say like frickin', and I felt like I was lying. Does that make sense? Like I felt like I was lying to you guys if I didn't talk the way I actually talk. Like that's the level of honesty. Like it felt like I was bullshitting you guys. And so I don't want to abuse the privilege, right? Like I don't want to, and like I said, you know, if I was in church, I wouldn't swear, but I'm not. And Cal Jono said, or sorry, Cal. I'm trying to remember the damn series. Cal Jono said, authenticity from the ground up is one reason I'm following this game so much. Glad we could provide that to you. Oh, thank you. Does Invis and IVU randomly break like an EQ? Yeah, it does. It happened earlier. Fortunately, it wasn't a critical failure. Every time Sean swears, a gnome gets his wings. Ugh. Though I do think before there was a lot of cursing on the stream, there was less cursing in Discord, and when there was less cursing in Discord, I do think there is a bit less screwing with each other in Discord, and that's not a bad thing. You guys need to be nice to each other. Toman definitely hurts. Pat said, I feel like I came in cursing like a sailor. I can't imagine that. You're such a nice guy. Pattis is straight up vulgar when you're not around. It's really becoming a problem. Man, I am behind on streams. What has been going on? Pattis, you're nothing. Wait till I go off on one. Liz, we'll have to get you in Discord cursing just so that we can hear the accent. Probably doesn't even sound that bad with your accent. I would love to. Do you have a VOD of that, Liz? I would love to watch that. You gotta link the VOD. Nick, what do you think would be better? Do you think the fire pet would be better focused on DPS and me on defensive? Or do you think the earth pet would be best to tank until it gets killed with me on offensive? I don't know if the stance is working properly. And then when the pet goes down, I try to get aggro and then take over tanking. What's our strat? I'm gonna pretend like I know how to play the game. I don't. You don't think you got the VOD? Oh, Liz, that's a shame. I should be first tank? Alright. And the pet should taunt off. Alright. And you should stop taunting after your first taunt. Alright, let's do that. Use Unnerving Shout on the next cooldown. So, Unnerving Shout after my first taunt. Okay. Ooh, yawning because it is 11:33. Oh, pop. Yeah, Feldane, that is. All right, let's see. He is back there. Freaking minor disease is getting me. Here he comes. Uh-oh. Deacon's with him. Here he comes again. Alright. Unnerving shout. The fire elemental does give off light. Run. Come on, guys. That includes you on the running side of things. Okay. Oh, jeez. Yeah, well, I mean, we got the extra deacon with him. The freaking deacon. Oh no! No! Oh, in the pits! The stun got me. I didn't fall all the way down though. I died halfway down. Maybe my corpse is still... Maybe... The plank didn't get... The stun got me. Oh, if I'd only saved my hardness for the run. Yeah, I still want to make the plank better. It's not the plank that got me, it was my own incompetence, John. Oh my gosh. Something chewed up my frame rate. That repeated zoner. Zoner. Nick said, alright, let's cheat and try that one more time in the interest of time, because I'm interested. Fair enough. That's fair. Feel free to summon or whatever. What time is it out here? 7 a.m. Okay. In the game, sorry. Is there a reason that you're reborn naked? Is that like a philosophical question, or? Okay, here we are. You don't you inherit your parents' genes? Man, it's getting late in the stream and you still got bangers like that one. Is it yes OP? Yes OP? I've asked that before. Just wondering what the in-game logic is behind respawning without gear. Well, your corpse is still wearing all of your gear. So when you are reborn at your bind point, when you respawn at your bind point, your gear, your spirit and your flesh have arrived where they are bound. But your old flesh and the stuff that was attached to it is where you die. And that provides you with the challenge of going and recovering that, which we just mitigated because we want to do this one more time before I go to sleep. Let me get my stance going. Another long queue above. How far above? Could we ever see us going the subclass system route? For this game, I can't imagine it. Because we'd have to rethink a lot of things. So let me read the question out though, since you asked it. Could you... Oh, let me... Could you ever see Eminem going to early Q2 subclass system where you a scout, for example, 1 through 9, bard, 10 through 19, then choose final specialization at 20 of troubadour, etc. Same for crafting classes, artisan, craftsman, carpenter. To date, with crafting, I don't think it's applicable either. So far, we'd rather just go the route of there just being a lot of variety available. I think you just, if you're going to do something like that, you really got to design with it in mind, and we weren't designing with it in mind. I mean, I definitely see the appeal of it. I'm not saying it's a bad thing or anything like that. It's just it creates a different feel, and it wasn't a feel that we had in mind from the beginning. We wanted the familiarity to be there with various classes and being able to just start like a new level 1 like tune and have it be a rogue or a bard or whatever from the get-go. helps if I hit auto. It's fine. Bliatzikval said in response, because Keith followed up as well with a similar response to, like, why do you leave a corpse? Keith's response, just because it's probably more clearly articulated than mine was, when you die, you respawn at your spawn point without any of your equipment, so you'll need to grab some backup gear from your bank or have others help you recover your corpse, which has your gear on it. Bliatzikval says, interesting mechanic, seems like a challenge in the game itself, maybe preventing a player from overextending. Yeah, it makes you want to not die for sure. Creates a lot of different opportunities for you to, well, the different classes that we have in game have their own ways of mitigating or helping to assist in corpse recovery. So we're paying attention for this one. Deacon is moving again. Oh shit, I did not hit him every shout. So I did not debuff him earlier. Oops, and then I just hit taunt. That's not good. Cool. Alright, that worked a lot better. What class are we? I'm playing a fighter, and I'm in a group with a cleric, an archer, a bard, and an elemental. Cool. What did he drop? Some pantaloons? Not for me. Okay. The scepter. Also, honestly, not for me. Yeah, good job, guys. And words of the Crusader Priest from the last kill. Totally an archer scepter. Makes sense. Dark Edict asked, does anyone have the link for Sean's interview with the Eco Dev? I don't know that I did an interview. It would be cool to do one. I did an interview with the Embers crew, like the Embers team. So Embers Adrift, and that should be on YouTube. Both on my like personal Loving Robot channel, and I thought also here. Let's see. Kenji asks, question, what is the faith of the paladin? Like, what is their faith based on? Elaborate. Because it almost feels like it's a question that their faith is like in religion. Both clerics and paladins here's the loot if you guys missed it. I think it'd be cool if the windows, like, if it fit the window. So, do paladins have a god or something? Most times they will. And that god could be good or evil or a neutral god or... I think we've talked about, like, agnostic clerics and agnostic paladins. And people are like, oh, that's weird. Congrats, Zukin. But it's their faith isn't like they're going, hey, I'm healing, so please God make this heal work. It's just the power of their belief in their abilities, right? So in theory, a cleric could be agnostic or, I guess, an atheist. And still be able to perform as a cleric. It's because their absolute belief in their ability to do it is what allows them to channel the magic to do it, right? Their service to a god is basically them using abilities that they have. They're not channeling the power of a god through them, though there may be some abilities that you can get if you're following certain gods. But what they're doing instead is they're using their abilities in service to their god. Whether that be a good god or an evil god. Hopefully that makes sense. And as we explore like the religion system more, we may find that there's interesting hooks or there is a note within like I did a quick document for religion for us to look at, but there's a note in there that, you know, there may be some tweaks within the system or little hooks within the system based on the fact that you're a faith-based class. So like they get a little something extra. Next question. Wuku says, Robot, is there any world in which Eminem goes away from the particle effect animations? I love the old school style and get that you're emulating each in a lot of ways, but it really takes away from past identity, just seeing different color particles. I don't know that we'll go class based with what we've got. Right? Like, we like this. Where are you going? Don't go that way. Come on. Oh, I'm gonna die for sure. Hardness. Good. Pop. Oh, I got stunned. That was faster than 15 seconds. Oh. Okay, yeah, I'm absolutely not making it out of here. I tried to save you. I tried to save you. 26, I tried to save you. I wanted to be your hero, and then I wanted to pop hardness and not be able to be stunned and then make it out. So the, we've just got some of the first particle effects that Zukun's able to make, and we probably won't like do full like class specific lines, but instead probably like ability lines, so you can see heals, right? So they can be shared across multiple healing classes, etc. As we have more effects, they'll be more distinct. We also want to have a progression of the effects as they get more powerful. They get more sparkles and more layers. Just the style is something that, like, when I look at other games effects, I'm just not personally, I'm not a big fan of a lot of the other styles of effect. Like, it just happened to be a big fan of like the sparkles and simpler approach, because it feels more like magic than looking at a game's sprites. I'm not a big fan of like the very spritey effect. You know what I mean? And I think other folks on the team are on board with that as well. Because it goes back to what we were saying earlier. I forget who mentioned it, but there's a certain amount of like filling in the blanks. There's imagination that goes with it. To me, sparkles are just, they're magic. As opposed to like, you know, this. I love seeing, you know, the pink sparkles around a Mez mob's head, and like the skeletons kind of lean their head back and shit. Love that so much. I love that so much more than like there being, you know, an icon over its head. Will we have sparkly vampires? All vampires sparkle in sunlight, dude. Come on. Excuse me. I would have hit the mute button, but it was happening too fast. Thank you. Cool. You're very welcome for the answer. Thorfinn, I'm just running into a wall instead of paying attention more time. Thorfinn says, had a phone call, but just listen back to your full answer on Pantheon development. Find your open and honest approach extremely refreshing. There's no wink and upside off the word. Also a developer working on a passion project. Wishing you guys all the best. And yes, Joppa was very complimentary of you. And it was from a stream yesterday if someone wants to flip it. Oh, yeah, awesome. And I'm not shocked by that. Like, Joppa and I have had a good relationship since we met. And I think if you've watched the previous streams, I mean, I've always spoke very highly of him as well. The guy's, he's great at articulating this stuff in a very professional manner. I come in here and I'm like, I like to, you know, I like to play it a little loosey-goosey, because I also know, like, I am not necessarily the, come on. Oh, did I not have some target? Yeah, Sean comes in, I just pooped, right? Like, that's, it's different strokes for different folks. You got to know your strengths and weaknesses. I guess mine is just, I honestly don't know. You got to understand, like, it's not easy for me to stream, because for as much as I've been in roles where I've had to be comfortable, like getting in front of the company, or I've been in leadership roles for the bulk of my career, but I've never felt comfortable, right? Like, as much as I'm willing to talk to people and ham it up or say silly shit or whatever, like, you know, streaming is work for me, because I'm a very self-conscious person. Like, I'm super self-conscious. That's one of the, that's something that's actually been a problem for me, right? Because if you're self-conscious, you know, being a self-conscious person, that leads to like situations where, oh man, like, oh, do these people not like me? You know, there's that bit of paranoia. Is this person trying to fuck me over? Like, all of that stuff that stems from you know, not having sort of the innate confidence in social situations that some people do have. So yeah, it's a challenge. It's a challenge. Oh, sorry. Consent. Consent. Tremento. Did I spell that wrong? Tremento. Cool. So anyway, and then I watch other people talk, and a lot of times I'm like, man, they're just really good at like articulating stuff in a nice, clean, concise, professional manner. Like, I ramble, and I've relied on analogies, and I ramble, right? Like, if you played EverQuest, my GM name was Azaleel. There's a ring in game, Asliel's ring of analogies, just because I've always been this way. I speak an analogy because, well, why I can't express it concisely and academically. As a fellow rambler, you appreciate bedside dev manner and talk. Well, I appreciate that you appreciate it. But yeah, and keep in mind, Thorfinn, hopefully I thought about it afterwards, and I was like, after I went on my rant, I'm like, hopefully I did express properly that when I'm saying I was hoping to basically get away from the, you know, what are we doing differently from Pantheon and have it be more of what are we just doing? Because, you know, when I talk about like our open development process and all of that stuff, it's not to say like, oh, they've got a secret development process. It's not that. It's just I saw that you know, they're working on a project where I do think that they have become more open over the last few years. And when I first met them, that wasn't the case. And I don't think that's like speaking ill of the team or anything. I just think companies operate in a certain fashion, and they were operating that way. And, you know, one of the things that we were talking about from day one is like, we were thinking less of the streams being about like us being a kind of a normal company. So we didn't really approach it as a normal company approach, which we were thinking about it as, what if we do a development stream where people can watch us develop the game and we happen to make a game, because we're kind of uncertain as to whether or not we could make the game early on, right? We thought we had a chance, and we, you know, and as it progressed, I think my familiarity with the process allowed me to like talk to Nick and Ali and stuff, be like, oh, this is normal, we're actually doing well. But early on it was kind of like, let's just work on the game and we'll do that in front of people. Maybe people learn about game development and we'll learn from them, you know, and we'll just, it was more of like a game development stream without it being as much like, oh shit, like we're really making M&M, right? That was back when it was like Project N and all that stuff. And yeah, it was like, it was, so when we got rolling, it was all right. Well, how do we want to do this with our thing? You know, so it wasn't really like it wasn't oh, look at these guys and let's not do that, right? Like there's not very much of that, and the stuff of that, like I mentioned, the stuff of that that's come up where look at it and be like, oh man, let's not, you know, let's not find ourselves in a challenge of, and this is anybody, having investors, having a publisher, unless it's a really good situation for either one of those, like doing crowdfunding and then having the crowd be like, where's our game? Like any of that shit. So definitely some lessons learned there. I don't know. Maybe one day Jop and I will just do a stream together and we'll articulate this stuff better. He said, do you remember timestamp approximately on the comments? Hey, what's up, Tannhauser? Thorfinn said, I would guess it would be towards the second half of the stream. I asked him, what are your thoughts on M&M? He basically said how Sean is a mentor and how excited he is for M&M. That's very kind of him. That's awesome. Yeah, he's a nice guy. You've got some good hot takes unless you're distracted by fighting. Yeah. You know, I don't have like a book of them, so really what it takes is just somebody to trigger something with a question. Can't say enough. Item icons are looking crisp. Yeah, there's even more on the way. So it's feeling really good. Pudding says Robot Discord G7's 23-24 investment roadmap right now. EQ3 isn't on their horizon. Yeah, I'll take a look at it. I'm very curious what's going on with that stuff. Because again, it's a property that we love, right? Thorfinn says, I love the analogy of you guys having a garage band mindset and doing it with an international team for a game. Team that with teams of 2 and 3, but not on the scale you're doing. Yeah, our scale is weird. Our scale was not anticipated. Early on, we were like, listen, we're never going to be more than 10 people. And I mean, as we've added people, we've been like, man, we really want to get this person on the team. Like, this would be pretty awesome. And then next thing you know, we're 20 people, and now we're 25. And there may be a couple more people added. And so, but we've done it at a rate where I feel like we've done it slow enough that it's allowed the team to gel. I mean, we got a couple people on the team that are pretty quiet. But even like some of the quiet ones are folks that are in here on occasion, right? Like, and they do participate, they do interact in the team. It's just, I think their personalities are whatever a bit quieter. But we've got minimal friction. I won't say we have zero friction. We've got 25 people on the team, so there are, a couple personalities that every once in a while we gotta be like, come on guys, stop pulling Sally's pigtails. Oh, cool. But we get along well. Feels very 90s to have a team of sub 50. Yeah. Yeah, we'll see. I'm personally always worried about making sure the team doesn't get too big where it impacts our culture, and what we absolutely don't need is to get to a scale where we develop like little cliques or anything like that, and like Dylan asks, how close do you think Eminem is still in that phase, if at all? Which phase? Server will be shutting down in 10 seconds. More of a how to dev phase? No, I think we're always open to like sharing what we're doing. I've noticed a number of our folks on the team have like taken time to explain technical stuff or walk through pipelines or, riff. Riff with people. So there's that aspect of it. Like I think we'll always be more of a, how to dev type stream. Like our streams have that. And I always feel like a bit self-conscious saying that, because it's like, I don't know, we can only I can tell you my thoughts on game development, but I don't know that they're accurate, and I don't know that anybody's going to agree with them outside of me in the game development community. And ultimately, I try to provide the caveat on these discussions all the time is, until we launch a game and it's making money and sustaining us, I mean, all I'm giving you opinions about shit. This isn't proven clearly, right? If there's no game and it's not paying our bills, then who knows if this is the way. But have you ever thought about spraying your mic and mic arm green? I have. I've actually got extra green cloth that I wrapped it in once, but it just felt weird when I didn't see it anymore. I started feeling lonely. Let's see. The so it'll always to Thulan, to your question, it'll always be kind of like a how to dev, but I guess it's how we dev is probably more accurate. And then, but I mean, we're clearly very focused on making the game and making a commercially successful product, right? So that's really been the focus the last couple of years. Like, that part's gotten a lot more legit than it was in the past. Like in the first days, we're like, let's do some shit in Blender. So yeah, Kenji, I'm gonna bounce as well. It's 12:11. I've been doing this for coming up on 4 hours tonight. So, but a lot of that was playing, and that was fun. So we got a minute and 30 seconds until 4 hours. So let's go ahead and say our good nights. I will see everybody either on Monday or Wednesday. If it's Wednesday, then we'll do another Wednesday, Thursday stream set next week. So, Feldane, you're welcome. I'm definitely going to get some sleep. See you, Kenji. See you, Tannhauser. Keith. Later, Churro Dude. Friendly, thanks for being here. Good to meet you. Thulan, you're welcome. See you, John. Yeah, I had fun playing tonight. Later, Odie. Have a great weekend. Kronos, Thadvik, Callum. See you, and you're welcome. Night, Nick. Later, Thorfinn. See you, Pattis. See you, Liz Biscuits. Have a great weekend. Later, Jester. I'm glad you came by, Puddin'. And thanks for the link. I'll check it out. Probably tomorrow, though. Later, Chinny D. Have a great weekend. Macgranum Man. I always feel like I'm going to mess that up. That's why I paused. You're very welcome. Thanks for being here. Chango, see you. You're very welcome. Dozakar, always a pleasure to say your name. Olo. Cool. Well, the VOD will be there if you want to catch up on it. See you, buddy. Fireflight. Jason, thanks for being in here. Is it Zarlis? Is it an X? It sounds like a Z. Zarlis. Have a great one. All right. I think we're good then. I think we've said our good nights. And I'll do the little hand wavy thing. Celebrate K-pop. What? All right, guys. I'm going to push a button, and I will see you on Monday or Wednesday.